Ladies and gentlemen, so you will know, we're waiting for one member to come so we can have a quorum. Okay, thank you. Hey, Sean, question. You've listed everything here for the high school and youth and young youth, right?
Yeah, this is middle school right here.
Because
this is the little kids.
Thank you, because John had sent me a text and I printed all that, but this is easier to read for me. Thank you. Again, I've got something for Ezekiel. I'll take care of that. We're good. Thank you. Okay. Guys. Okay. We're all set. We're waiting so we can have a quorum, okay? I believe Seth is coming in the side door, yeah. Okay. Hey, Seth. Everybody ready? Ready? Yep. Okay. Everybody ready? Okay. This meeting of the Richlands Town Council will now come to order. Please let us stand for the invocation and the pledge. Thank you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for the opportunity to meet again tonight to conduct the business of the town of Richlands. We pray that your grace and understanding will be with us and guide us, that everything we do can be in the best interest of all those that we serve in Richlands and all those that we affect. And we pray for your guidance, grace, and mercy. We thank you for this beautiful season. In Christ Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. Council, before you, you have an agenda, and I think there's a few extra out there if anybody needs one. So we have additions and deletions to the agenda. I have two now, if you'll play, and there may be more. If you'll look on Roman numeral 11 under G, paving bids, that should move to executive session under E, which is Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6. So we'll please move that to executive session, okay? And now, let me ask, is there anyone, Ernest, I have you, is there anyone who would like to speak under unscheduled public comments? That's a 3-minute time period, and Ernest Edgell has asked me to add him, so Ernest, you'll be speaking under the 3-minute unscheduled public comments, okay? Anybody else, please add that, council. Anyone else in the council chambers who wishes to address council tonight? Okay. Hearing no one. And if I'm reading the agenda right, we have no scheduled public comments. So, are there any other additions or deletions to the agenda, members of council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to add a Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1 Personnel Matter Town Manager.
All right. It's 2.2-3711A1.
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we add that to D and says personnel salaries, and then since it's the same code, and put town manager?
Yes, sir.
Is that acceptable? All right, thank you. Any other additions, deletions to the agenda, members of council? Anyone? Okay. Hearing no other requests for changes, additions, deletions, is there a motion to accept the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Laura makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Jan makes a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, maybe have roll call vote, please.
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
Thank you, council. It passes unanimously. Now, we have under Roman numeral 5, authorization to pay the bills. So, has everyone had an opportunity to look at the check registers that we were sent in the packet and also emailed them? Thank you for doing all that. Okay. Here's my agenda. There it is. Okay. Okay. All right, I found my agenda. Is there anyone, any questions about the checks? Check register, here we go. Members of council, any questions regarding the checks? Hearing no questions, is there a motion to authorize the manager to pay the bills? Dan makes
Second.
the motion, Laura makes a second, is that correct? Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion on this motion? Members of council? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan? And
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Thank you. It passes unanimously. We can pay the bills. All right, now we have minutes. Hey, Rick. We have minutes of the meetings. Let me get this straight. We have minutes of the meeting of March 11th, 2025, a public hearing, minutes of the regularly scheduled meeting of March the 11th, and minutes of the special called meeting for March 25th. Are there any corrections, additions, or deletions to the minutes? Any of these minutes? Members of council? Hearing none, maybe a roll call vote on this is on 3 sets of minutes. Thank you.
Any motion to,
You did?
I will make
Okay.
a motion to approve.
second, Mr. Mayor.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on these minutes? Okay. Hearing no discussion, maybe have a roll call vote, please.
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan? And
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
It carries. So we have approved the agenda, pay the bills, all the minutes. We're now on to Roman numeral 7, recognition of the Richlands Wrestling Club. And so I see some esteemed members here and some of their leaders, their coaches. And let's see, I know some of you, but not all of you. I may know you by your families, whatever. But Mr. Rose, who are the other coaches here tonight?
We have Derek Smith here, if you want to say that, Rogie Harmon.
Hey, Brogy, good to see you. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, so here we go. Tonight, we're recognizing these members of the Rich, and there are some who could not be here, and coaches who could not be here. We want to recognize these wrestlers for all that they've done to further the sport. I know you have some girls on the team. Is Kendi here?
No, sir.
Okay, just checking. First, congratulations to you on a very successful season. I follow you on your Facebook page, and it's always positive. Team building, physical activity, which is always good for us, and character building. And I could go on about you. I have actually taught a couple of you at the middle school, and now you're in high school, and that's a good thing. And I've subbed for some of you, and the pleasure has been all mine. But tonight, you're here to be recognized by the council of the town of Richlands, and we're very honored to have you here. The hours that you put in are countless. Is that fair to say, Mr. Dupree? Thank you. And Mr. Blankenship, is that correct? How committed are you to this sport? Okay. And help me out. Is it Boyd? Mr. Wyatt, Spencer. I'm sorry, so I get you mixed up. And what would you say is something you've learned from this sport? Thank you. I just think that's exceptional. Are there any other wrestlers here that I'm overlooking? Young Mr. Wrestler, who's back there I can't see? Peyton Deal. Hey, Peyton, what grade are you in? Oh, my gosh. Do you like wrestling? I have a feeling one day, you're mighty tall for second grade. I have a feeling that one day you'll grow up to be a high school wrestler too, maybe a college wrestler. Who knows? We don't know what the future holds. We only hope and pray for the best. Thank you for standing so tall and proud. As a second grader, this is a big question. Do you like wrestling? What's your favorite thing? Oh my gosh, well, I'll be reading all that here in a minute. Congratulations to you. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Thank you. We have a lot of coaches here, and I know most of them from many years back, and they deserve also our appreciation. Without these adults, it is about you, but it's also about the coaches who give their time freely. Mr. Rose, are you paid to do this job?
No, sir.
Thank you. I wasn't sure. I wanted to make sure. Thank you. It's volunteer. May I ask you a question, Mr. Rose? I think you had a son who was a big wrestling kid, wasn't he? Why do you volunteer? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Braggy Harmon, I remember you from way back. Braggy is so glad to have you here. I want to know, why do you do this? Is it for the pay?
No.
Yeah, thank you. Why do you do it? Seriously, Braggy.
I mean, all of it for the kids. It keeps them out of trouble, teaches them life lessons, and makes them good people.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, are you back there? I know you've known you forever and your family, but why do you do this?
You have to lead by example, and they don't know how to act if you're not leading a good example for them. Somebody's got to do it.
Thank you. All these answers are so appropriate and so meaningful. And young people, it is about you, but it is also about the coaches and your parents. Any parents here of these wrestlers? Well, I'm sorry they aren't here because it's also about them. Do they have to haul? Maybe you drive at this age, I don't know. Do any of your parents ever take you to these events? They have to get in their car and take you, as many parents do to many things. So they have a big stake in this because they love you, number one, and they want to see you follow a good path. I want to read these awards that I was given this. I want to share one thing. Let me read this first, and I'll share one more thing, and then we'll do some pictures because it's always important. This is the Richlands Town Council. Everybody here was elected to do a job, and this is part of it. Thank you. All right, so here we go. 2025 Richlands Varsity Wrestling finished the year as Southwest District champs and a top 5 finish in the state of Virginia in Class 2A, the second highest in school history. Would that have been Luke? And when we had first, who was it?
I'm not sure who, but
It's okay.
I think it was 2013.
2013. I appreciate that. I mean, I'm following this, and I'm glad you're willing to help me. Thank you. All right, so anyway, and a top 5 finish in the state of Virginia, Class 2A, the second highest in school history. That's a big deal. Thousands and thousands of students have graduated from Richlands High School. We sent 8 qualifiers, and they all put in the work to make this happen. That's from your coaches. I wasn't there to see it, but I know you did. Wyatt Spencer. Wyatt, would you please stand up? 3rd place in the state. He's a 4-time district champ, 4-time regional champ, state finalist, and a 4 times place winner. Thank you, Wyatt. Okay, next we have, yes, thank you. Thank you. Next we have Kendi Dye, who is not here. I know Kendi, she's a great kid. I know her family too. BG Dye? Yeah. All right, she 5th place. Kendi is a 3-time place winner, first 2-time girls district champion from Richlands Wrestling Club. That's quite an accomplishment. And if I may also add, we talk about the glass ceiling for women, and I would say she's been breaking it down in a big way. Thank you. Ladies, thank you. Next, we have Andrew Boyd, who I don't think is here tonight. He's a 4th place winner, and Andrew is a 2-time place winner at state. Is that correct? Yes. Thank you. I know him. Hunter Blankenship. Mr. Blankenship, I had the pleasure to work in his class the other day. It was a pleasure to have you, young man. But this is not the academic part. This is the sports part. Hunter, 5th place. Hunter is a district champion and a state placer. That's in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Is that right, sir? Just say yes. Thank you. Thank you. You know, Mr. Curry has the Just Say Yes program. Thank you. This is not dare. Thank you. And next, all right, I'm so appreciative that you have supplied me with all this information. Trevor Dupree. Now, Mr. Dupree, before you stand up, I want you to know I had this young man in middle school, and he's turned out, as I would expect, no less, to be a fine young man and absolutely the best. And he actually has a sister who works for the Richlands Police Department. So Hunter, or Mr. Trevor Dupree, 3rd place winner and a district champion. Congratulations, Hunter. Trevor. Thank you. The pleasure and honor is ours. He also had a brother who was a champion wrestler. Caden, thank you. It must run in the family. Does it? Well, we're not going to tangle with you, okay? I guarantee you I'm not. All right, here we go. Now, we have the youth, the 2025 Youth Middle School. Do I have any of these students here? Okay. Well, let me read them and know that they were honored. A state champion is Carter Dye. Carter Dye. Carter. Okay. Easton Chambers, 2nd place. Is that in the state? Easton Chambers. Easton is not here, but Easton, know you're being recognized for your accomplishments, and we appreciate you. Next, Brennan Hess. I know Brennan. I saw him today at school. He should be here. I'll fuss at him very well. 3rd place in the state. Is that correct? Brennan Hess, great young man. Very good scholar and athlete, and that's a big deal. And I have a feeling all of you are scholar-athletes. It's a big deal. Now we have the 2025 Youth Elementary. We have 1 star with us. I'll read them here. State champion Bryce Cole. I don't think Bryce is here, is he? I know his dad and mom and Chad Cole and Emily, and I also know his aunt Janet McLaughlin. And I can speak personally that he's a wonderful kid. Okay, congratulations, Bryce. Next state champion, Peyton Deal. Peyton, thank you. Come on up here, young man. Just stand out there. We're going to get pictures. You're fine. Thank you very much again, and congratulations to you. That's quite an honor. And next we have Colt Wilson, 4th place. Is Colt not here, I don't believe? Well, Colt Wilson, I'm so sorry you're not here. You have a famous first name, Colt, and the last one, I'm sure, lots of famous people, Woodrow Wilson. But anyway, the bottom line is congratulations to you. That's in elementary school. What grade is he in? Do you know? 4th grade? Wow. That was one of my favorite grades. Love it. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Connor Sayers. Connor must not be here either, is he? He's 5th place. That's in the state. Is that right, guys? 5th place to Connor Sayers. What grade is he in? Do you know? 3rd grade. Another great year for me. I love 3rd and 4th grades. I had Trula Ellswick. I remember her well. And 4th grade, I called her Snow White. She was beautiful. I was in love with her. Now, let's move on. One more thing, and then we'll do some pictures. I want to say first, thank you for coming, and congratulations to you. I looked up a ton of quotes about wrestling, and they're prolific. And I could read those, but the best thing I can ever tell you is from my personal experience. I'll tell you this, guys, I was not a wrestler. I was not an athlete. When God gave out the cards, he said, athletics has skipped me, okay? But let me tell you, I had the good fortune to have in my employment at Curry's, which you don't know about, it was a store here in Richlands, several young people. And one of them was a young man named Troy Smith. Do you remember him, Bruggy? Thank you. Troy was a great young man, an excellent employee, and he was a runner and a wrestler. And he told me something that I've never forgotten. So this is from personal experience, not a famous quote. He said, what I like about wrestling, Mr. Curry, is you have no one to look to but yourself. He said, you can't be out on the mat and say it's your fault for not doing this, your fault not for not doing that. It's you. And I would say, thank you, Troy. He's passed on. Thank you for that wisdom of a young man to me, because it tells me when you talk about commitment and dedication and life goals, you're living it right now. Thank you. Thank you. So, gentlemen, may I have, let's get the young men wrestlers up here, and we'll take pictures. Susan, would you take some pictures? Council, come up with council, everybody. Come on, up here. Okay. Come on up, gentlemen. We'll come down here, it'll be easier. Let's all get in here. Come on. Thank you. Stand up here, I'll get you organized. I'm good at it. Good enough. I'm good. I won't be with you guys. You get here, young man. I'm going to be with you. Stay right here. You're good. Come on up. Okay. Now, you have to get the athletic, mean look first. Then we're going to do a normal smile. Go.
Oh my, y'all are scary.
Yes, ma'am. Now, just your normal classroom smile. It's okay. It's not against the law. Let's go. Thank you. You okay? A pleasure. Did you get it, Susan? Congratulations.
Zoom in a little bit. There we go. Yes.
Congrats, buddy. Congrats, man. Congrats. What's up, bro? Congrats. Pleasure and honor is mine. This is such a good. Sir? Oh, I'll be glad to. Come on, let's go. Come on, coaches.
Are we staying?
Yeah, you need to be in here, absolutely. They wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. Why do you think your parents had you? To do work. Come on. Where do kids work? They can't work for you. Okay, good to see you. Come on, coaches. I'll send you. Thank you, thank you. Can you see everybody?
Sorry, I don't have time.
You're fine, you're fine, you're okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Coaches. What a pleasure. Right. Always good to see you. Thank you. And now, one more recognition that I would like everybody to be with me on. Tonight, we want to recognize Ezekiel Mullins. Ezekiel is sitting back here, and I will read to you something about him. Let me tell you, he's just a big old softy is what he really is, okay? I'm not hurting your feelings, I'm telling you the truth.
I appreciate this.
Well, it's true. That's what you would. All of you are just balls of cotton inside. I know it. Okay, here we go. All right, next. Ezekiel is being acknowledged tonight for his state championship win in shot put this evening. Did you bring one? Okay. The last time you did, you were here last year. Okay. He won the AA class Virginia shot put state indoor championship with a throw of 52 feet and 6.5 inches. Now let's just stop right there. I don't know how large this room is. How many feet? Who's good at this? Men, how many feet would you say it is from here to the door? 25 feet maybe? 30 feet? All right. So here to the wall, what would you say, Rick, the outside wall? 50 feet. All right. Mr. Mullins, how much do these things weigh?
12 pounds.
All right. Amanda, imagine you've got a 12-pound ball, and you're standing right here, and they ask you to throw it to that wall out there. I wouldn't be good at it either, and I'll blame shoulder surgery for mine, okay? We always have an excuse, kids. All right, listen up. So it's cool, and I'm so proud of you. All right, so he won the 2A class Virginia Shot Put State Indoor Championship with a throw of 52 feet and 6.5 inches. He currently holds the record in the state for indoor AA shot put. He has a 4.0 GPA and was recruited and committed to Washington and Lee University to throw shot put and discus this fall. Ezekiel, please stand up. So thank you, sir. So proud of you. And are any of your coaches here?
My uncle helps me.
The uncle, and that's your mom?
That's my mom.
Mom, would you all please stand up to be recognized? Parents and grandparents make a big deal. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't have any wisdom about shot put, but I know it doesn't happen just because you go out and wish it. Does it take practice?
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you. Does it take form?
Yes, sir.
You don't just sling it around because you get any old way?
Oh, sir.
I would ask you to demonstrate, but this is not the place for it. Thank you. I am so proud of you and all of you, and Ezekiel and mom and grandfather, is that correct?
My uncle.
Uncle, I'm sorry. Would you please come up and let's have a picture with you, council? Come on. Let's go. Stand right here.
Can I throw it up here?
No, come on. We'll come down there for you, okay? It gets crowded up here when we take pictures. Okay. Come on. You're part of this. It's not just me, it's also you. Helen. Mr. Holt, you have a son in high school. Is it all him, or did you and your wife contribute to it?
Well, mostly the mother, but maybe they need just a little.
Well, that's okay. You got the picture. All right, let me stand right here. All right, hop in. You're good. Okay, hold on. Let's get together. All right, can you see everybody? Yes. First, you got to get no smile on it first. You know that jock stuff.
Okay.
Now smile. Thank you. Thank you. What an honor. You're the best.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Ezekiel.
Thank you so much.
Always. Okay. Okay. You're most welcome to stay for the whole meeting. You don't have to. Okay. Thank you. We are so appreciative. I'm going to say something here. We talk so much about the brain drain in our community. You've heard it. Young people going away and never coming back. Well, I'm looking at some people who came back, your coaches, if you ever left. Bruggy, you left for a little while, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You're back. Thank you. It's so important. It's so important to remember your home place. And if you find a future here, I hope you'll come back. But wherever you go, these mountains will hug you for the rest of your life. Everything you've learned starts right here. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
What we wanted to leave you guys with, y'all are probably aware, we are raising money for our wrestling facility. Tell your friends, anybody you know that's involved in it, doesn't matter how small it is, we are very close to our goal to break ground on it. We have over 100 kids in our youth program, and a lot of them are coming up to middle and high school, and we're spread out between 3 gyms. We need it.
Thank you, Buggy. I'm aware of that. Have but I'll make it real public right here. If someone wants to make a contribution and just go to the high school,
Yes, Richlands High School or John Brown.
Okay.
You know, every dollar counts. It doesn't matter how small it is. We've fundraised a lot of our own. I mean, it's growing every day. Over the past year, I think we're at 57,000 right now.
good for you.
So we're just, we just want to get the word out there. I'm not by any means asking for money, but.
No, we realize that.
Let everybody know, family, friends, our program's growing, and it's growing exponentially, and we're almost running out of room.
Well, it's apparent because all the kids who are involved in this, there's a ton of you. And that success begets success. Thank you. So to make that very public, they're raising funds to have a structure, a building, whatever it is for wrestling. And if someone wants to make a contribution, they can go to Richlands High School and do that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gentlemen and ladies, thank you. Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
can we take just a brief intermission while they exit before Mr. Edgel starts? Would
Sure.
that be okay?
10 minutes. Thank you. 10-minute recess. Thank you. Will you be the timekeeper? Yep. Thank you.
3 minutes.
Let's wait a little. Some people are in the audience, I think. That's a lot of stuff. Get Oh, we approved all this. Okay, everybody ready? Okay, shall we proceed? Okay. Council is back in session. We're now on Roman numeral 9, scheduled public comments. No one registered for that, so we're moving on to Roman numeral 10, unscheduled public comments. Ernest, you have 3 minutes, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. State your name for the record, okay? Thank you.
Ernest Edgell, 206 Terry Drive.
Thank you.
I'd like to make an announcement. There'll be a blood drive at the Masonic Lodge tomorrow, 12 to 6.
Okay. At the Masonic Lodge?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I've heard all kind of rumors about the teen center. What's going on?
I will, rather than me try to answer your question, I will defer to Interim Manager Holt.
Unfortunately, at this time, we can't comment openly about it in an open meeting, Mr. Edgell.
Well, there's plenty of rumors.
I understand, sir, but any question that we would have right now directed to us about the teen center, we'd have to direct to our legal counsel.
Okay. And has there been any movement on these dilapidated buildings in town?
Not that I'm aware of. Anybody have an update on that? Go ahead. Thank you.
I'm not certain, however, before the budget went to the governor for his revisions to send back to the legislature, there was about $250,000 made available by the Commonwealth of Virginia for us to discuss or to address dilapidation. It's something that we're aware of. Bill and Nathan are aware of it. They're helping. The police department has a small role to play in that. But hopefully, we're going to get that $250,000 from the state, and we can start addressing some of the most egregious, structures at this point. So we're aware. It's definitely something that's going to take a little time, but we're certainly going to try, sir.
Well, just a comment. I've lived here 40 years, and they've been a abandoned building over there at the Dalton Edition, just as you cross the bridge.
Chief Holt will make note of that.
If he drives around town, he sees it.
Thank you.
I'm sure he's seen it. And coming over here, I was driving through town, the speed limit's 25. There's quite a few cars past me. And I know you're working on it, and I appreciate the speed signs put up in Hidden Valley. Till now, we haven't had any. And there's still a few people can't read. That's Rod's fault.
Guilty. Do you see the nails in my hands? Keep going.
And comment on that Spearhead Trail. I'm glad to see that on the agenda.
Yes, sir.
That, I lived in West Virginia before I moved to Kentucky and then come over here, but they just starting that four-wheeler trail over there. A lot of people said it wouldn't amount to nothing, but it has been a big shot in the arm for that community from Bluefield down.
Yes. Thank you, Ernest. Your time is up. Thank you, Ernest, very much.
Good
We
thing I
appreciate
made a list.
it. Yes, you did the right thing. Thank you.
I'll come back next week.
Please do.
Thank
Please
you.
do. You're always welcome. All right, so thank you, sir. Moving on to Roman numeral 11, agenda items. Tazewell County Public Library, Regina Roberts. I don't think Regina is here tonight. Has anybody seen Regina? So we will ask her whatever she would like to talk about. I think it's an update on the library, and she will I'll personally reach out to her and make a note to that effect. Okay. Next, we have Roman numeral 11B, recommendation of the Planning Commission on 1472 Raven Road rezoning request. And then C is an update on 2622. And Gary isn't here tonight, but he sent this to me, so I will just read to you what the recommendation is from the Planning Commission. All right, regarding request to change parcel zone as B2 to R2, that's general business to general residential at 1472 Raven Road. All right, and there was a public hearing held, and here we go. The Planning Commission recommends council approve the rezoning on the property located at 1472 Raven Road from B2 business to R2 residential. That is the official recommendation of the Planning Commission. So does council want to act on that at this point? Do you remember what we talked about,
Mayor,
everybody?
Could Bill address, maybe come up and
Yes,
address that
absolutely.
to
Bill, come on.
Staff side.
Share your knowledge. Thank you.
It's the little, right there we turn on the Laramie Road off of Raven Road.
Mhm.
It has its pros and its cons. The pros is it could put another home there, but I think they're wanting to put a mobile home, which they have to come get a conditional use permit from you all to do
Mhm.
that. And it's also a major area coming out of Russell County into town,
Mhm.
because most people travel right through there, so it's kind of, leave it up to you guys what y'all think.
Pluses and minuses. Okay. Anything else you want to add, Bill? Nathan, do you have anything to add? Thank you for your input. So where that is located, they want it to change from business to residential so they could place a home there, but you think, not sure, is that correct? Make sure I'm right, Bill. I don't want to misspeak for you, that they probably want a mobile home. We don't know. All right. That would require a condition.
We do know, I asked at the
Okay.
last meeting.
Well, okay, thank you. What I wanted to say is, this is something council would need to consider carefully. To place a mobile home, how does council feel about it?
What was the vote of the planning?
It was unanimous.
I mean, I thought we talked about this, that because. Excuse me. We talked about this at the last meeting because that was such a high-traffic area, and, I think that not saying no, but I feel like we need to take some more time to study this.
Okay.
And, I'd like to see I hate coming in here when we don't have a PowerPoint or a picture of it. It's much more difficult. Not saying we don't know where it's at, but it's much easier if we can have a few pictures that we could see on a PowerPoint slide. This is where it is. This is what they're proposing. That visual aid helps me.
It does.
And
I'm not sure, Seth, but did we have a map last time?
maybe.
We had a printout.
Okay. Anyway, go ahead.
But anyway, I'm just saying, I don't want to be personally, I don't want to take any action on this tonight. Not saying no, but I'd like to look at that. I'd like to maybe go down there myself or see some pictures of that at our next meeting so we can see how that's going to affect us. Coming down this way, going back this way, what does that look like? And not that there's anything wrong with mobile homes. I lived in a mobile home for many years. So, but it just depends on how do we want to present the town? That's why the town was zoned the way that it was zoned. It was zoned so that these things couldn't happen. You zone it business because you want business in that certain area. So before we make changes, I think we should consider that and take our time
Okay.
doing that.
Any other members of council have thoughts? So is it the desired council to wait? Okay.
Yes.
I don't think we need a motion on that. We will simply put this.
So, Mayor,
next week-
can I
next
ask for
week.
some direction? I mean, would you like some photos of the actual, and there's a couple ways you could go about this, and we discussed it earlier. I mean, if you decide to rezone it to R2, it's at your discretion what they, I mean, they could obviously build there, but if it's a mobile home, they need your permission. So you can move forward with that piece only, and then we could bring some photos maybe of the mobile home. You could table it now, and we could get you some more information. It's just I'm looking for some direction from council, exactly
Direction,
which way
I
to go.
think, is this, Ron. You correct me, guys, if I'm wrong. They want photos so they can have a visual put up on the screen.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. All right, here we go. Now, the next piece is, on the agenda is Roman numeral 11C, update on 2622 Chestnut Street. And, okay. Planning Commission, I'm reading what it says here, okay? Planning Commission recommends council allow 2 double wides to be placed on this property as long as all regulations are met. I would ask Bill or Nathan to weigh in on that, please. Thank you.
The property is zoned R2 already, so it can actually, because it's called a single dwelling home, and there are definitions in the code, can have a mobile home put there. Double wide.
Double
They'd have
wide.
to come for you all for any kind of single wide, or that range. But you all can actually, if you vote to subdivide this, and I have to check with the attorney to make sure I'm correct on all this, to put conditions of how you want it. They could actually put the double wide there, modular, double wide is what he's asking for, or looking to do. He's not 100% sure he's going to do anything because of the price of things. Right now, the climate, I talked to a gentleman the other day, building a home is just way too high for him to be able to do it. But he has found some nice new double wides that he could put in there. He could do a perimeter foundation, and we've talked to Gary about this, and actually turn the deed back into, or the title back into DMV, and have it put on the deed as a home at that point, if he puts the perimeter foundation under the home. But, excuse me, I'm sorry.
I thought the original request said modular
He'll
homes.
have to go back through the building inspector's office in Tazewell and all of that if he changes from what he's wanting to do.
So the intent was to put a single wide, is that right, a modular home?
Modular.
Modular. So now, would that require his, I'm asking because I'm not sure, would that, based on what you're telling me, Bill, would that require his submitting another request?
He wouldn't have to submit it to us because it's, as a single-family dwelling.
It's
but
in.
He would have to go back to Tazewell to the building office
Okay.
and go through all that.
But I feel like that was kind of deceptive because we were told the last time, he wanted to divide the lot and stick build 2 structures. That is what we were told. Now, immediately after that, he says, no, I don't want to stick build, I want to put modulars in. Then it went from modulars to double wides. I just don't, this is, again, we're trying to come up with another way to circumvent, what we've established here. I'm just not sure that's anything I'm interested
I agree
in
with you.
supporting.
He checked the prices. Somebody had given him a price of $75,000 to build a stick-built home. Then when he went looking into it in further detail, it was $150,000 for a stick-built home. So that's when he started looking at double wides and modulars. By our code right now, he can actually put 2 double wides on.
If we divide the property.
No, he can now. Because it's got enough.
But it would be on one lot.
One lot.
Okay.
It wouldn't be separate.
That's correct, and they have to be, I think, according to code, 10 years old or younger. That's the
Okay.
way our current code reads.
Cannot be over 10 years.
That's
old.
correct.
Yes.
So, we don't know the models yet, do we?
The way he was talking to me on the phone, he was going to place new.
But if we divided the lot, it's not big enough to do that.
Yes, it's still.
I think it is.
It
Still is okay?
Because like all those houses down there are double stacked, like all the way down through Brown Street and is it whatever. Is this
Well, if that's the case and it met the current
Yeah.
conditions, I might be okay with that.
It meets all R2 zoning to put 2 homes in there.
It's just the way that we went about it
Yeah.
felt
And
very
I
I think
deceptive.
he got sidetracked different, it was being told different things by other people away from him.
Sure.
We met with we had a phone conference with the builder, and I don't think it was his intention to be deceptive. I think, again, he was quoted a price, he checked into it, it wasn't doable for him from a financial perspective, and he countered with something that he thought would be affordable. So I don't think it was his intention at all to be deceptive to the board. Real nice guy
Yeah.
and willing to work with us to do whatever he needs to do.
He's from Eastern Virginia, and he really likes it here. I can tell you that.
If it meets all the rules, I don't have any problem with it. It's just when we go about adding additional things to, you know.
I think, tell me if I'm thinking correctly here legally, he can do this. All he has to do is register in Tazewell what he's doing with
Yeah, he
his,
says he'll have to go back to the building office.
But it
and
does
reapply
not-
For his permits.
it is not counter to our code.
That's all I
Do
need
we
to
need to
hear.
tell them anything?
No.
We need to approve the division of the lot. We held that up. So, I mean,
They don't have a recommendation here for division of the lot, I don't think.
they gave us that at the last
Yes,
meeting.
that's the.
Oh, okay.
As Ron was saying, he wasn't trying to be deceptive to anybody. It's just, I think some people might have decepted him on prices. And
All right,
he got
I'm
the
good with
check
that.
And he was really, he even checked on just a regular module. What was it, 150?
Yeah, we checked on he checked on the prices of the on-frame mods, and they're even $150,000 or more at this
Yeah.
point. I mean, the prices over the last few years have skyrocketed.
So he's not asking to divide the property?
Yes, he's asking to.
So that is going to be a council action?
Yes.
Okay. So making sure I'm understanding it right. So does council have a desire at this point?
Are the ones near it divided? The ones to the left of it?
I'm not sure without looking on the map. I know some of them there are and some of them ain't.
Yeah, I know, it's different, okay.
Yeah, everything's different.
It's a mixed zoned area.
And if he does like the one we seen on, I don't know if y'all been down Mason Street, gentleman placed a mobile home or double wide there a few years ago. We actually rode by there today going to a water situation, and I looked and I was like, that's pretty nice.
Yeah.
They done an excellent job over there on that one.
Well, as long as it meets all, you know, given the recommendation of staff and knowing that it's not, you know, adverse to any of our codes, I'll put the informed motion, we go ahead and approve the division of the lots.
Okay, there's
I'll
a
second.
motion and made by Seth and a second made by Jordan. Is that correct? To authorize the dividing of these lots. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this? Members of council? Thank you, Bill.
I have a question. At this time, we're only deciding on one thing, whether to divide the lots.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. Any other members of council have questions or thoughts or comments? Okay, hearing none, maybe a roll call vote, please.
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Motion carries. It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Bill? Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you. All right, so now, turn the page. We're on page 2. Okay. We're on Roman numeral 11D, PCA discussion, power cost adjustment. Ron, would you like to open this one up? Or Ronnie?
I've got it.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, Town Council, I guess you know we've been working on the budget and have met with you on several occasions, the committee, and we have been looking at the projects going on with the electric generator, their potential impact on the reserve balances and what have you. What we're seeing this year with the electric net income and the winter that we had, we're seeing a fairly significant shortfall year-to-date of about 1 million. It could end up being as high as 1.4 million. Last year, we ended up with about a $700,000 shortfall. All this eventually has a toll on the reserve balances and affects what we can do as far as maintenance, these projects and what have you. The handout I have given you talks about the PCA. It actually is a tool that Alan Compton set up where you can look at and make different changes with the various components, such as the customer service charge, the dollars per kilowatt hour, and the PCA. For this particular discussion, I wanted just to talk about the PCA and its impact, and then when we get to the budget review, we'll talk about some of the other components. But the PCA is designed to help us recover our costs when market prices and volumes or extra generation is needed beyond what we have budgeted for and what we have planned for. It's a tool that most utilities use. I think other municipalities have it as well. I was very involved with this particular process at Dominion Energy. We called it the fuel deferral. It basically went and had a full-blown rate case in front of the State Corporation Commission. I think with this particular tool, we have the ability to set the PCA outside of the normal hearing process, and it gives us the ability to recover those costs. This example here is using a PCA of 861, which was, I think, the PCA that we probably used back as late as January of '23. This was just used for an example, but that particular PCA of 861 with a customer base of 2,407 customers would yield about $21,000 a month or about $250,000 a year of additional revenue to offset those costs during those peak periods where we ran over on our cost. So this particular discussion is to talk about a level that we would be comfortable with setting a PCA if we can go down that path. And if we wanted to do, like, if you were trying to recover $500,000, it would be about $16 or $17 per megawatt to do that. So just wanted to open it up for discussion at this point. And the couple of examples that we do have are on the flip side of the electric tools calculator, and it shows the impacts on the various billings and the customer rates for the particular month. If you look at the rate, the second to the last one, it says with a PCA increase and increased customer charge. This particular scenario, and we'll talk about it when we get to the budget, would keep us whole. It would be a 1947 per kilowatt hour charge. The scenario right below it was one that the committee was looking at the last time we met. That .1739 is the equivalent of what AEP is doing now. So if we went with any of these scenarios, we could, depending on how much we want to try to recover with the PCA, or else we could make other changes with the customer charge or the dollars per kilowatt hour charge.
Thanks, Ronnie. Members of council, your thoughts, please.
How soon do we need to do this, Ronnie? Is this like a budget year, or is this like next month?
We really need to do it now.
Okay.
That's the ability or the benefit of having the PCA. You can basically turn it on and off as you need it. I think in the past we've tried to levelize the billings by doing it in the shoulder months like the fall and the spring. But, looking at where we are year to date, and we'll see that when we get to the net income and financial review, I think it would be wise to put something into place now.
Okay. And thank you, Jordan. Any other questions at this point?
Are you open to being the one who turns that on and off and like sets that? Is that something you can take on?
With permission.
Okay. Oh yeah, of course.
I mean, we would have to
Council.
do it through the customer billings.
It's a council decision. So, Ronnie, did you have a recommendation, I think?
I mean, personally, I think it needs to be higher than the 861 because that's only going to yield $250,000 over 12 months. I mean, I think we need to try to recover, $400,000 or $500,000, which basically almost doubles that amount.
Doubles it to?
Like, if we wanted to cover $500,000, it would be $1,720.
Okay. On a monthly bill for a PCA. Okay, thank you.
Per 1,000
Members of
kilowatts.
council, yes, thank you. Members of council, your thoughts, please. Obviously, we need the money. The town needs the money. And we don't want to burden our citizens, but I don't know what to do. So, members of council, your thoughts, please.
Well, let me just say that, there's a lot of contributing factors of how we got to where we are. PCA's been off now for 3 years?
Since January 23.
January 23?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 2 years, a little bit over 2 years. And during that time, AEP has had like 3 to 4 increases in their rate structure, where we did not have that here in Richlands. So one of the benefits of living in Richlands, and it used to be the opposite to this, the rhetoric from the real estate community and everybody else was, you don't want to live in Richlands because your power bill's higher. But the reality for the last, I don't know, 2.5, 3 years, is that our power bills have been considerably lower than AEP's. Now, the flip side of that is, currently, as of today, we generate zero power, none. And if you don't generate power, then we have to buy all of the power that we get. Now, the issue with that is we have investments that have been made in this town over the last 40 years in different power plants and different, we have some hydro, we have some different things that we've invested in, and we buy that power at a certain rate, which helps us on that. That's not really the problem. The problem is over the last 20 years, the power companies have become less about generating power and more about making money from transmission. So what happens, let's say that we go out and we can buy power for 7 cents a kilowatt, which some of our contracts we can, some of the things that we've invested in. But then it takes another 7, 8, 9, 10 cents, whatever it is, to transmit that power back to us, which gets us to where we are. So in reality, for the last 2 years, we've been selling power to our citizens for less than we have been paying for that power. And we did that because, we were able to use some reserve balances and some things like that. However, that is not a sustainable model. You obviously can't buy the Happy Meal for $1 and sell or buy it for $2 and sell it for $1. It doesn't work. It's not long range. It's not sustainable. So now we're in a place where we have to increase this. And no one up here wants that. No one on this council wants to pass on any more burden than is necessary to anybody. This is not because Ron bought too many police cars. It's not because we sent somebody on a big trip. It's nothing to do with any of those frivolous, stupid things that somebody might think that it has caused this. This is simply, we are paying more for power than we are selling it to our citizens. We can't do that. So we're trying to get to a place where we can regulate that. Now also at the same time, we're making an investment into our future so that we go from the production of zero, that we can start beginning to produce our own power in Richlands, and we can become self-sufficient. Well, there's a curb up to that. There's a cost involved. We're getting lots and lots of grant money. We have other grant money coming in, and it's an exciting project across the Commonwealth, across the United States. People are looking at this project. And Richlands is about to step into something in the future that is going to be very beneficial to the people who live here. And if we don't do this, if we don't make an investment in some type of generation, we are going to be locked into a terrible place, a terrible situation where we are stuck with whatever transmission costs, whatever power generation costs that we have to pay. And that's the nightmare that we've been in this town for many years. Several years ago, before I was on council, we began to study, would it be possible to sell our power system to AEP? And the reason that I even had this idea was, first of all, no one knew if you could do it, and they didn't know if you couldn't do it. So we wanted to find out. So we ran that to ground, and we found out basically you can't do it. We have long-range contracts, their attorneys, our attorneys, we just couldn't make it work. However, through all that, we began to realize that we have something that AEP doesn't have, and that is that we're not controlled by the State Corporation Commission. We don't have to set our pricing based on what they set it at. So if we were ever in a situation in this town where we could generate our own power, it could become an economic boom for Richlands. Because if we could generate power today and we had a large user, we can negotiate a contract with a large user that's still beneficial to all the citizens of Richlands, but that power cost would be less than what it is in AEP. This is a huge, huge asset for our town. It's something that no one else in our region has that we have. So we began to make efforts to plan for our future. One of the things that you've seen this year is we've had not one, but many really cold events. Was it 2 years ago we had the polar vortex, the ground froze, that was a terrible event. It cost the town over $1 million for one power event. So the other part of us generating power that will help is we can also peak shave during those times with our power instead of going onto the market to buy power at exorbitant costs. So all these things that we're doing up here to try to plan is so that living in this town, having a business in this town is sustainable, not only for today, but for 10 years down the road, 15 years down the road, so that our kids and our grandchildren can continue to live here. And if we don't do that, if we don't make an investment now and we don't plan for this, the other end of that spectrum is dire, because we have experienced transmission increases for the last 3 years. It's going to increase next year. It's going to increase the year after that and the year after that, and the bell curves that they're showing. I mean, there's no end in sight for how much that transmission cost is going to continue to increase. So, based on all that, we're making an investment to build this power generation for the town. We're going to own our transmission lines. We're going to own the generation equipment. We are not beholden to AEP. We're not beholden to anyone else. We will generate our power. It will be our power. It belongs to us. If we generate at an estimated 5 cents or less per kilowatt, it costs us 0 cents to transmit that. So we're going from buying power at 14, 15, 16 cents a kilowatt to generating and using power at 5 cents a kilowatt, which is a significant decrease. So all those things, again, we have to look at this. This is me personally, and I appreciate I understand what your recommendation is and everything else, but I do not think that we can go above where AEP is with their power costs. We owe that to the people of this town, whatever. We got to figure out how to make it work. If we can hold on, we're about a year out. Hopefully by June 1st or July 1st of next year, we'll be producing power in the town of Richlands. We have to hold on until then. But I don't think we can go above what AEP is charging customers. We can't do it. That's my personal opinion. I won't support anything like that. But the reality is we do have to increase our charges because we can't keep selling power at less than what it costs us.
PCA.
Yeah, but I'm talking about this as a whole.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
clear.
Yes. I'm talking about this as a whole piece of the pie. But if there's several different plans on Ronnie's sheet here. At the end of the day, we're going to have to increase that. It's not a fun thing to do. No one wants to hear that. No one wants to say that. I venture to say I pay a lot of power bills in this town, and I'm personally not excited about it. But it's a short-term investment. It's a short-term thing that we're going to have to do, but there's hope on our horizon. And I wanted to make sure that everybody hears that tonight, is that we're going to evaluate this. If we put this PCA in, it does not mean that it's permanent. We'll reevaluate this every 6 months. If this goes in, January, we can reevaluate where we are. Ronnie can run the numbers, can tell us how we survived through the winter, and then we can look at this again. We're not here to break our citizens' back. It's not the whole thing we're not here to make profit. That's the difference. AEP's in the profit game. We're not in that game. We're here to provide power to our customers at a cost that we can that still pays all the bills. And that's where we need to be. So all these things that we're doing is to try to fix this is just a short-term thing, but we're trying to address a long-term problem. If we don't address that long-term problem today, as we have been for the last year, we were going to be in a dire situation in a few years.
Anything else said?
No.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Ronnie, I have a quick question. I obviously live in Richlands, but I'm in the annexed part, so I'm on AEP. This PCA, is it going to be $861 for every 1,000, or is it $861 if they use 1,000 or 3,000?
It would be for every 1,000.
Okay.
So if you use 3,000, you would have 24 something.
Okay. Any other questions?
Do we have?
Go ahead, Jordan. Go ahead.
Do we have the ability to mimic AEP's pricing? I don't know how often that changes.
I know the last time the committee met, we were looking at some AEP rates, and the last scenario on the second page, actually, the .1739 was to tie it into AEP.
Well, if they raise it in 2.5 months, are we gonna raise ours? Like, that would be my thing. Like, I don't wanna run into loss, but at the same time, I'm not exactly excited to be selling power more than AEP, but I am open to matching them throughout the year until we can get this gas generator. Would that be possible, or would that be a logistical nightmare?
No,
You can
it's
address it
possible.
through PCA.
Yeah, right. With the
Can we
PCA.
do that?
Ronnie, I have a question. Seth was something about the PCA and the fact we turned it off. And the other thing, the council, in an effort to alleviate the burden of cost of electricity on citizens, reduced the power rate by 10%. Is that correct?
I mean, like a year or two ago?
Yes.
Yes, we did that for about 3.5, 4 months.
Have we recovered from that?
No, we have not.
How much are we in debt because of that?
It was about $700,000.
Okay, so that's in addition to the PCA. It was well-intentioned, but it didn't help.
No, it impacted the
Am I
reserve
correct?
balance. Yeah, it impacted the reserve balances.
Okay.
This will be the third year, and we've looked at this at length. The budget committee, in terms of next year, we really worked through this for hours to try to deliver all these scenarios. So what we're talking about right now is the recommendation to bring back the PCA to address this current fiscal year shortfall. This will be the third year that we've run into a shortfall situation because we're trying not to pass that on to consumer in hopes that better times are on the horizon, and we're just not seeing that. And like to Seth's point, and we've had these discussions with the budget committee, we can't continue to operate like this. So to your question, next year, that 1739 mimics what we believe AEP's rate will be for our next fiscal year. But you have to keep in mind, we're going to run into about a $1.2 million shortfall for a fourth consecutive year. We're going to have a shortfall of nearly $1 million if we do that. Now, we're going to present to you some ideas on how we're going to balance the budget, but again, that's not sustainable. I just want to make everybody understand that. What we're going to have to do next year to make that balance is to pull out of general fund. It's not a good situation. Again, we can address it for one fiscal year, but it's not a sustainable plan for the future.
Jordan, are you saying you would rather do the 1739 now to mimic AEP?
So I mean, first intention, when I look at this, if this was presented to me point blank, I would go with 1947. However, to Seth's point, I don't want to pass this on to citizens all at once. Can we mimic this 1739 quarter? Like, can we look at this quarterly and adjust these prices? Because I've looked at it, like, I agree that 1739 is on point with what AEP charges. I looked at my bill, looked at several other people's bill. Can we change this quarterly if need be? Is that possible?
With the PCA, that is possible, and that's what its intent is for, is to be reevaluated periodically.
I mean, that's the only,
We can, Jordan. I'll
Yeah,
answer a little bit of
please.
that
Yeah,
from
please.
experience. At one time, and Jan will remember this, we had a motion every month to dismiss the PCA. And it passed every month. And then finally, we decided to have a motion just to take it off until we wouldn't have to have a motion every time. Am I correct? So that's been going on for a long time. So yes, it could be adjusted by each council meeting. Yes.
Jordan,
I mean, I'm open to ideas.
I mean, I completely understand what you're saying. I just feel like, several years ago, Mr. Cook sued the town because you got that whole old town, new town thing. You guys have heard that before. But the people who lived in Hidden Valley were paying AEP's rates, which at that time were significantly lower than what the town was charging. So he filed suit and won. And I think that we always need to set the bar at us. We can't, this is me personally again, do whatever you want. I don't think we can go above what AEP is charging. AEP publishes their rates. It's set by State Corporation Commission. It's easy for us to find that data. We found it on the website during a meeting. You can see it, and it's broken down just like what this sheet says by 1,000 kilowatt hours. So it's very easy for us to mimic that. Now, there's a million different ways to get to it, but the end result is what's the all-in cost per kilowatt hour, and that's what this sheet calculates. It's not deceptive because we could set our kilowatt hour rate lower to be deceptive and charge higher fees. That's not that's a game that they used to play here. That's not what we're interested in. We're looking at, this is apples to apples, the all-in rate on a consumer that uses 1,000 kilowatt hours. And that's where we kind of got to get to. I think that, you got to eat an elephant one bite at a time. You can't come in here tonight and say, tomorrow your rate's going up by 20%, 30%, whatever the number is. So, I mean, I would support that PCA, the $8. It's just a step towards that. We can reevaluate that as we go. And hopefully, we have a mild winter. Hopefully, we have, no El Niños or La Niñas and, no crazy hot summer. I mean, it's a math. It's an educated guess. And there's a lot of forecasting and predicting that goes into it. So we need some things to happen. We need some mild, moderate weather would be really helpful.
Can we have a motion for that?
I support it. But we do. We need some mild, moderate weather, and we need to keep pushing along. And everything on our project that we're working on is all steam ahead. Because if we can start generating power in June or July of next year, it really makes a tremendous difference where we're at next year. Where we're at next year compared to where we are this year could be a significantly different place.
I agree. How often does AEP change their rates? Do we know?
Every time the commission lets them.
I mean, I understand.
I would say it's at least once a year. They probably go to the State Corporation Commission for filing like Dominion Energy did.
So you worked for Dominion, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
So you have an inside thinking on that.
And recently,
There you go.
and we know that Dominion asked for an increase, and to your point, the AEP asked for an increase, but it's on the West Virginia side,
Yeah.
not the Virginia side for this year. So, I mean, that's something that they consistently do.
That's because they asked for 2 last year.
Okay. So, council, any more thoughts on the PCA? Or, Ronnie, you would like some action is what I'm hearing. Is there any thoughts here from council, what you would like to do, any motions you would like to make?
Staff
Please
make a
do.
recommendation. At a minimum, I think staff's recommendation is going to be at that 861 mark. That's
what I'm
again,
hearing.
that way you can, you understand that's $250,000
So that brings up $250,000, right?
on the year.
Are we still losing money?
We will lose money this year, this fiscal year, without a doubt.
Thank you. Council?
What do we want to do? Do we want to do 861? Do we want to do double? What's everybody thinking? I think we have to do something.
We have to do something.
I mean, I think you're right. I don't see any way, but again, if we're going to do something, I'm in support of more moderate of the 861. Doesn't get us all the way where we need to, but it doesn't leave us as empty as we are today. And it's not a gigantic burden increase on our citizens all at once. For the average home that uses 1,000 kilowatt hours, it's about an $8 increase. Is that fun? No. But it still doesn't pay for all the power that we're paying for, but it gets us closer to where we need to be.
And you're right, Seth, and the one way to think of it, it's hard when you're out there paying the bills, which all of us pay our
Yes.
bills to the town, utilities, whatever. But it's hard when you think about Richlands going in the hole, so much so that we go bankrupt. And we don't want that. And nobody wants to live in a bankrupt town. And I don't want to use that word, but it's out there. And nobody wants to live in a town that can't support the services that its citizens want. So that's a consideration that is more, it's just high thinking. It's not only the money, what services do people want? And I think you're right. I think everybody here is on target. Nobody wants to step up and make a motion, but we've got to do something.
I'll make the motion to reenact a PCA at $8.61.
I'll second it.
There's a motion on the floor made by Jordan and a second made by Seth to have the PCA back in force at 871?
861. Is that what you said?
861.
861. All right, per 1,000. All right. To be clear on that, it's really important. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion on this motion?
I would just say that, again, and I want y'all to hear us say this tonight, we are going to monitor this very closely. We will evaluate this very closely. If something positive happens to change our outlook, look, even these guys up here, they don't want to do this. They're making a recommendation to us that we need to go higher, and that's not because they're just wanting money to do something with. That's not what these guys have a financial responsibility to us, to the town, to the citizens that live here, to do this. You know, their job is not a political position. Ours is. But at the same time, we have a responsibility to do the right thing, not only for our citizens, but for the town as well. And this is a very tight rope that you have to walk, but we have to do this. And this, again, is a short-term thing, and we will be continually evaluating this. If anything positive comes in on the positive side, we can go down, we can make adjustments, whatever we need to do, and we'll evaluate it.
And to be clear, we can go up.
That's
We don't want
correct.
to say it, but that's the reality.
That's correct. I mean,
It could be.
Do we need to do this motion every month? Is that what you're telling me?
You've been.
Well, I mean, with the monthly financials, we will have the ability to review it every month. Doesn't mean we have to change it every month, but
But
we,
it's gonna happen next month unless we say no, correct?
It would be continuous unless you have a
Okay.
motion to stop it.
or to change it or to alter it, yeah.
Okay, I'm good with that.
This is the one, I guess, knob that we can twist on without, through statute.
Okay, so it's a motion made by Jordan, seconded by Seth. Any further discussion on this motion to reinstate the PCA to $861 per thousand? Any further discussion, members of council? Jan?
Nobody wants to, increase anything, but we do have a physical responsibility to our town as well as to our citizens, and I don't want to pay it either, but I think we have a responsibility to this town to make sure that it can maintain all the services that we give the people.
Thank you, Jan. Any other discussion from members of council? Anyone? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth,
Yes.
Rick,
No.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
No.
So we have 1, 2, 3 yeses, is that correct? So motion carries. Thank you.
Mayor Curry,
Yes.
I just want to say that I think this is probably the second time I've said this is probably one of the hardest votes ever taken on this council. I live in the town of Richlands, but I'm in the annexed part, so I'm not on town power, which is part of why I voted no here. I understand all of you guys either live in town on town power or own many businesses. Like Seth said, he probably pays more power bills than I have hairs on my head. And I appreciate the fact that you guys can look at that and see what's got to be done. I don't pay that, so that was part of the reason that I voted no. It just didn't feel like I can put that out there when I'm not impacted by it myself.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we have a vote, and we have a motion. It carried 3-2. Is that correct? Let the record reflect, please. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Ronnie, for the insight. Okay, next we're on Roman numeral 11E, Rec Park Committee nominations. So I will open the floor to anyone who would like to nominate someone to be on the Rec Committee.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Chris Whaley.
All right. Is it Chris with the C? Chris Whaley. Okay. Chris Whaley. All right. Do you want to vote on that one?
Yeah, I'd like to do
So you're
them
making a
individually.
motion just for that one?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second for Chris?
I'll second that.
There's a second made by Rick. Any discussion on Chris Whaley being on the Rec Committee? Okay. There being no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yep. Okay, Seth.
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Jan.
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
All right, that's one down. Is there another nomination for the Rec Committee?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to nominate Tony Cordell for the Rec Commission.
Okay.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second on the floor for Tony Cordell to be on the Rec Committee. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please, Amanda?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Is there anyone else who would like to make a motion to put someone on the rec committee?
Do I need to make a motion for Jordan to be on?
No, he'd be the council person. Okay.
I didn't know.
That's all right, you're good. Any other people? I think we have 4 slots, basically. Anyone else would like to have someone on there? Anyone in the council chambers want to volunteer?
So that covers our 2 out of town. I have 2 more that in town.
Okay?
I would like to nominate Jeff Hurst for
Okay.
the rec committee. We can do the other one separate.
Okay, all right. There's a motion, it's a motion to,
Yes, yes.
to
yes.
appoint Jeff Hurst to the rec committee. Is there a second? For Jeff? Is there a second to the motion made by Jordan to appoint Jeff Hurst? Hearing no second, the motion fails for lack of a second. Any other thoughts here, members of council?
Jordan, you had somebody else in town.
Yeah. I would like to appoint Eric Harris for in town, and make that in the form of a motion.
Okay,
For the rec
Eric
committee.
Harris.
I'll
Is there a
second that.
second? Seth, you second the motion? Is that right? Second?
Yes.
Okay. There's a motion and a second to appoint Eric Harris to the rec committee. Any discussion on Eric? His wife used to work here. Okay. Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
So we have one more in-town slot, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, anyone have someone they would like to have on the rec committee from in town?
Do you have another name, Jordan?
Not really. I can go through here and say who's reached out to me. That would probably be how I could cover every
Is-
basis.
Is Craig still interested in?
I don't know. We would need to follow up with him.
Can I
Can-
make one?
Oh, yeah,
Dylan
go.
Smith.
From Silver Spur?
Yes.
Is he interested? Okay,
He's also on
IDA.
IDA, though.
yeah.
So do you want,
Do you want to put that in the motion?
I mean, I'm good with that if he is.
I'm okay. I like Mr. Smith, but
Let's just-
if Craig is still interested, Craig's got some experience. So if he's not, then
I can ask him.
Yeah,
Okay. So that's not a motion, is
no,
that
I'm
correct?
not, if they've got somebody, let's just.
But I like Mr. Smith. If Craig isn't interested, he was one of the names that was brought up last time. If he's not interested, I'm fine with.
yeah, I'm fine either
You
way.
texting him? All right, here's what I suggest. Let's see if he responds, and Seth, you let us know. We can
Yes,
come
sir.
back to that.
Yes, sir.
So right now, we have 3 filled positions, and they are Chris Whaley, Tony Cordell, and Eric Harris. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. We have that in the minutes. Thank you, ma'am. So we're on hold for the 4th person. So I'll move on, and then we can come back. Seth, let us know.
Yes, sir, I will.
Motion your hand, okay? Now we're on to F, budget amendments. Okay, budget amendments. Ronnie?
Yes. So we have one budget amendment we wanted to present to the council. This is an appropriation of the restricted VDOT funds to offset the labor, materials, and equipment that we get reimbursed through that program. This would be, this doesn't change the balance of the budget, but it basically is a tool to reclass those revenues. So you'll see the history and the trail in the financials of both of those entries. And this is very similar to how we handled the Oriole Street Bridge reimbursement.
So, Ronnie, do we need action on that?
I'd like to have you guys
Council action.
evaluate it and approve it if you can.
Council, your thoughts, please? Or
I'll make a motion to approve the budget amendment.
All right, we have a motion made by Laura to approve the budget amendment. Is there a second?
Wait just a second. Now, tell me what this is for again, Ronnie.
For labor, materials, and equipment, where we get reimbursed through the VDOT program. So this is appropriate.
So they're paying us back for this?
Yes.
And y'all gonna put the money back in this year's budget?
That's right.
Okay, I'm good with that.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
And a second, right?
I was going to second. I don't know if you got a second, Amelia.
I don't believe we have one.
Second,
We have a
Mr. Mayor.
motion and a second to approve the budget amendment. Is there any discussion on this motion? To the left, to the right. Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Gordon?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Mayor Curry,
Yes,
before we read all these, may we take a quick break?
sure.
Thank you.
10-minute recess. Council is now back in session. We're now on Roman numeral 11. We're going to H, amendment to 50.12, water and sewer rates, ordinance 2025-0501, first reading. Chief Holt would like to comment on this, but I want to mention, I did ask the attorney when I came in about the reading, because we have changed our charter. We don't have to read them, but he advises that until July 1st, we need to read them. Is that correct, Mr. Hunter?
Yes, sir, it's my understanding that there wasn't a date specific on there, so we're back to July 1st.
Okay, I wanted to be clear on that, because we do have a charter change, but that will be effective July 1st.
Mr. Mayor, before we move on to that, I would like to nominate or appoint, or make a motion to appoint Mr. Craig Earls to the Rec Park Commission.
There's a motion to appoint Craig Earls and a second by Jordan to appoint Mr. Earls to the Rec Committee. Is there any discussion on Mr. Earls? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Yes.
It carries. Thank you. Congratulations to these 4 people for serving the town of Richlands in a volunteer capacity. All right, back to the H amendment.
Mr. Mayor, did we skip the,
We moved
Paving.
paving bids
Oh,
down
yeah,
to closed session.
oh, okay, before I came, I didn't know. I'm
It's
sorry.
okay. It's fine.
That was our fault.
Okay.
Rick, so we apologize. We're going to
No,
have
it's
to do
my
that.
fault for
You have
being
4
late.
sheets that we're going to have to do in executive session on that.
Okay.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, so before we start reading these amendments, I just wanted to, number one, thank the Budget Committee, council members who served Ronnie worked really hard. Originally, when we put these proposed rates out, we're asking council to take into consideration that this pays for our debt service and, it helps pay, our bills, essentially. What we didn't take into consideration is our partners' portion of that debt service. So when we go to our public hearing on the 16th, we very well may bring back to council a reduced rate that takes into consideration the PSA and Cedar Bluff's portion of that debt service on our upgrades to the water and wastewater. So that's good news. We may be able to pull those back just a bit.
Okay.
Very good news.
It's
Thank you.
important to note that the reason it is like that in the advertisement for people at home is because legally you can advertise a rate but approve one less than what you've advertised, but you cannot, you can't advertise a rate and go up. You
Yes.
can't approve a higher rate. So I saw a lot of stuff on Facebook today about people kind of questioning this stuff and beg people to watch and to come in, and did have a few people come in and take me up on that offer and ask, those same questions, but that's it. We hope that they'll come down. We had to advertise higher, just legally, we can come down from it.
And we
Thank
did.
you.
We had good discussions with both Cedar Bluff and Eric Young and members of the PSA just yesterday. They understand and are agreeable to do their part. And also, we had a lady come in earlier when she was talking. I heard her talking to Laura. We inadvertently, staff, we sent the wrong trash rate to the paper, so we advertised the wrong way. Currently, it is at $15. I think our proposal was it was going to go from 12 and some change to 15, but it's currently set at 15. So we inadvertently sent last year's rate increase. We'll have to do an amendment to that and send it to the paper to be published.
Thank you, Ron. Yes, sir. Much appreciated. Everyone's comments. Okay, so we have before us, I will ask for some help if you don't mind. I'll read some and I will need some help. Thank you. Let's see here. Make sure I've got it. Okay, we have before us ordinance number for ordinance 2025-0501, amendment to existing ordinance Title V Public Works, Chapter 50 Utility Schedules and Riders, Water and Sewer Rates. Be it ordained by the council of the town of Richlands, Virginia, that it hereby enacts the following change to the code of the town of Richlands, Virginia pursuant to code section 15.2-2119 of the Virginia Code and section 50.12 of the Richlands Town Code to amend the water and sewer rates as follows. A, rates. Water meter size in inches, water meter type, These are in-town rates. Monthly minimum charge and usage allowance in gallons and unit charge per 1,000. Those are the headings. All right, water meter size in inches, 0.625, displacement ultrasonic. The 1329 is the monthly minimum charge, 0 usage allowance in gallons. Unit charge per 1,000 gallons is $8.19. All right, next we have 0.750 displacement ultrasonic. Monthly minimum charge from each meter size is $13.29. Usage allowance in gallons, 0, and unit charge per 1,000 gallons, $8.19. Out of town water rates. All right, the topics are across the board: water meter size in inches, water meter type, monthly minimum charge each meter. These for out of town. Usage allowance in gallons and unit charge per 1,000 gallons. All right, so for water meter size in inches, 0.625. The water meter type is displacement ultrasonic. Monthly minimum charge for each meter size is $17.44. Usage allowance in gallons is 0, and unit charge per 1,000 gallons is $9.38. Water meter size in inches, 0.750. Displacement ultrasonic. Monthly minimum charges for each meter size is $17.44. Usage allowance in gallons is 0, and unit charge per 1,000 gallons is $9.38. Following. All other water rates for in-town and out-of-town will remain the same. In-town sewer rates. Water meter size in inches, these are the headings. Water meter type, monthly minimum charge each meter size, usage allowance in gallons, unit charge per 1,000 gallons. All right, water meter size in inches, 0.625. Water meter type is displacement ultrasonic. Monthly minimum charge for each meter size is $22.01. Usage allowance in gallons is 0. Unit charge per 1,000 gallons is $9.05. For the water meter size in inches, 0.750, displacement ultrasonic. Monthly minimum charge for each meter size is $22.01. Usage allowance in gallons is 0. Unit charge per 1,000 gallons is $9.05. All right, next we have, next page. All right, here we go. Out-of-town sewer rates, okay? And the headings are water meter size in inches, water meter type, monthly minimum charge for each meter size, usage allowance in gallons, unit charge per 1,000 gallons. All right, water meter size in inches is 0.625. Displacement is ultrasonic. The monthly minimum charge for each meter is $29.35, and usage allowance in gallons is 0. Unit charge per 1,000 gallons is $11.49. Water meter size in inches, 0.750. Displacement ultrasonic. Monthly minimum charge for each meter size is $29.35. Usage allowance in gallons is 0. Unit charge per 1,000 gallons is $11.49. All right, all other sewer rates for in-town and out-of-town will remain the same, effective for bills rendered after July 1st, 2025. So this constitutes a first reading.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
would it be possible, I know at home, if anybody's watching this, this must be very difficult to follow along and understand. Chief Holt, if you would make sure we post these on the website so anybody at home can see those. Post a note also that says this is not the voted on established rate, you know, just like the explanation that Laura gave, so that everybody can understand that, you know, hey, these rates could come down. They can't go up, but they could come down from here, and it's still in the budgeting process until we vote. I just think it would be, if you're at home trying to listen to this, it's very difficult.
It is.
That way you can go on the website tomorrow, you can take a look at them.
I think you're right. And the other thing is, it's an ordinance. So, and I think we don't have it posted, I don't think. So that's right. Thank you. All right, so that it constitutes a first reading. Mr. Hunter, I think we can do a second reading at the next meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, that's one. Put that right there. Any discussion on that? Okay. Now, let's see here. Can I have some help on some of these? Who would like to volunteer to help me, please?
I'll do
Ordinance- Thank you, Jordan. 02, go around, okay?
Utility or garbage, is that what we're after?
Right here, Public Works.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
All right, ordinance number 2025-05-02, amendment to existing ordinance, Title V, Public Works, Chapter 50, utility schedules and riders, garbage and container fees. Be it ordained by the Council of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, that it hereby enacts the following change to the code of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, pursuant to Section 15.2-928 of the Virginia Code and Section 50.13 of the Richlands Town Code to amend the garbage rates as follows. Rates. Commercial one-day pickup per week, $18.16. Commercial two-day pickup per week, $32.83. Commercial three-day pickup per week, $47.49. Commercial five-day pickup per week, $76.81. Residential in-town, $15. Residential out-of-town, $17.01. All container charges will remain the same. B, effective bills rendered after July 1st, 2025.
Thank you, Jordan. And this constitutes the first reading. And I always defer to the attorney. We can do the second reading at our next meeting, right? Okay, thank you. All right, next we have ordinance 03. Anybody want to help me read this? Volunteers? Thank you, Jan. Thank you.
Ordinance number 2025-05-03, amendment to existing ordinance, Title V, Public Works, Chapter 50, Utility Schedules and Riders, Schedule RS, Residential Electric Service Code E05. Be it ordained by the Council of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, that it hereby enacts the following change to the Code of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, pursuant to Section 2.3, Part 7 of the Richlands Charter and Section 50.03 of the Richlands Town Code to amend the electric rates as follows. This section remains unchanged. B, monthly rate. Customer charge $14.90 per month. Energy and fuel charge, nothing in that column. All KWH, 0.16755 per kilowatt hour. Section C through J remain unchanged. K, effective bills rendered after July 1, 2025.
Thank you very much, Dan. Appreciate it. This constitutes the first reading. Mr. Attorney, second reading coming up. Or we can dispense with it as we need to. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, now we have ordinance number, ordinance 2025-0504. Anybody want to read that one?
I'll read that one.
Go ahead. Thank you, Laura.
Ordinance number 2025-0504, amendment to existing ordinance, Title V, Public Works, Chapter 50, Utility Schedules and Riders, Schedule SWS, Sanctuary Worship Service, Code E051. Be it ordained by the Council of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, that it hereby enacts the following change to the Code of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, pursuant to Code 2.37 of the Richlands Charter and Section 50.04 of the Richlands Town Code to amend the electric rates as follows. A, this section remains unchanged. B, monthly rate, customer charge, $15.70 per month. Energy and fuel charge is blank, and all KWH is 0.17834 per kilowatt hour. C, sections C through J remain unchanged, and bless you. K, effective billed rendered after July 1, 2025.
Thank you, Laura. Mr. Attorney, that constitutes the first reading. We can have a second reading at the next meeting, or we can dispense with it as council wishes. Thank you. All right, now we're on ordinance 2025-0505. Anyone want to help me with that one? It's okay.
I'll read it.
Thank you, Seth. You're good.
Ordinance number 02-25-0505. Amendment to the existing ordinance, Title 5, Public Works, Chapter 50, Utility Schedules and Riders, Schedule SGS Small General Service Code E08, E09. Be it ordained by the Council of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, that it hereby enacts the following change to Code of Town of Richlands, Virginia pursuant to 2.37 of the Richlands Charter and 50.05 of the Richlands Town Code to amend the electric rates as follows. This section remains unchanged under A. Under B, monthly rate, customer charge, $17.20 per month. Energy and fuel charge, all kilowatt hours, 16.16410 per kilowatt hour. Sections C through J remain unchanged. K, effective, bills rendered after July 1st, 2025.
Thank you, Seth. Mr. Attorney, that constitutes the first reading. Let the record reflect. Thank you. All right, now we have got, and I'll read this one and take up some slack here. Ordinance number 2025-0506, amendment to the existing ordinance, Title 5, Public Works, Chapter 50, Utility Schedules and Riders, Schedule LGS, Large General Service, which is what that stands for, Code E01. Be it ordained by the Council of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, that it hereby enacts the following change to the Code of the Town of Richlands, Virginia pursuant to Section 2.37 of the Richlands Charter and Section 50.06 of the Richlands Town Code to amend the electric rates as follows. This section remains unchanged. B is a monthly rate. Customer charge is $219 a month. Demand, nothing. All kilowatt of demand is 16.09344 per kilowatt. I guess that's what that is, all right? Energy and fuel charge, and then the next one is nothing. All kilowatt hours are 0.11438 per kilowatt hour. C, sections C through M remain unchanged. N, effective, bills rendered after July 1st, 2025. Mr. Attorney, let the record reflect this is the first reading. Thank you. Now, last, we have ordinance number 2025-0507. Anybody want to help me read that? I'll do it. Okay, that's fine. Ordinance number 0 for ordinance 2025-0507, amendment to existing ordinance, Title 5, Public Works, Chapter 50, Utility Schedules and Riders, schedule for MGS, which is Medium General Service Code E07. Be it ordained by the Council of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, that it hereby enacts the following change to the Code of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, pursuant to Section 2.37 of the Richlands Charter and Section 50.07 of the Richlands Town Code to amend the electric rates as follows. A, this section remains unchanged. B, monthly rate. Customer charge, $18.90 per month. Demand charge, no change. All KW of demand is 4.79344 per kilowatt hour. All right. Energy and fuel charge, all kilowatt hour is 0.1, that's 14 cents and 724 tens, hundred thousands, 10,000, whatever, per kilowatt hour. Okay. Now, C, sections C through K remain unchanged. L, effective, bills for rendered after July 1st, 2025. Let the record reflect that we've had a first reading on ordinance ending with 07. Please, thank you. Okay. All right, moving right along. We've done great. All right, so we are now on to Roman numeral 12, monthly financial report, budget updates. Ronnie.
All right. What we have here, we have the February 2025 results, and then we have the proposed budget changes that we'll walk through after we review the financial reports, and I'll start off with the summary income statement. When you look at the general fund, year-to-date, we're at about $1.6 million loss. That's a result from lower revenues in most categories, hurt 55.5% of budget, or $3.8 million, and that is offset by a help in the lower expenses of 74.2% of budget, or $2.2 million, in all departments and net capital purchases except town manager. The revenues variances, I would say, are timing permanent. We're 8 months into the year. We have seen some indication that some of these variances may not turn around with timing, but most of them will, and we'll continue to monitor that. On the expense side, they're considered timing or permanent, and the ones that are permanent, and I think we're all aware of these, are the salaries and the insurance retirement expenses. On the water fund, year-to-date net income variance primarily results from lower revenues, hurt of 55.6% of budget, or $808,000, offset by lower expenses, capital purchases, net help at 67%, or $480,000. When you look at these, I would say that you have some timing and permanent differences in there. Some of the revenues are only like 55.6% year-to-date, when if you were ratably earning them, they'd be at 67%. The expenses, their water plant's fine on salaries, but we do have the same issue on the insurance retirement. And then the capital is timing differences. On the sewer, year-to-date net income variance primarily results from low revenues, hurt 65.5% of budget, or $633,000, and then it's offset by our lower expenses, help 61.8% of budget, or $591,000. In this case, the revenues are primarily timing, and then the expenses are timing permanent, with the insurance as the permanent driver there. On the water and sewer line maintenance, year-to-date net loss from lower expenses and capital purchases, help 69.2%, or $200,000, and then that continues to be offset by that small $26,000 that we got earlier in the year from the Cumberland Plateau planning. And otherwise, this particular department doesn't have ongoing revenues. On the electric, without the generator, so have these separated as we did last month, year-to-date net loss, and this gets into our earlier conversation, variance primarily results from lower revenues, hurt 68.2% of budget, or $2.3 million, and this is offset by our lower expenses, help of about 81%, or $1.4 million. So we're tracking right now through February at about $900,000 year-to-date. So hopefully with the changes we made today, some of that will turn around. So the revenues are timing permanent, and the expenses, the timing otherwise, we have the insurance retirement item there. And then I also provided the tracking for the generator. We made another $491,000 worth of payments in February, and we're at about $7.1 million year-to-date on the contributions to that. Of that, 5.2 is from the note, and 1.9 million has been from the unrestricted fund balance. And those are all permanent impacts. Any questions on the summary analysis?
Members of council, questions for Roddy?
Is there anything we need to be concerned about?
Not that I haven't already shared with you.
Okay, I'm happy with it.
Yeah. On the detailed income statements, did anybody have any questions on any line items they wanted additional explanations for, or detail? Okay. The next report that has logics at the top, this is just a recap of the budget amendments that impact the net income or balance of the budget. There was no change this month. We're still at the $430,000 that we had previously. So I'll continue to provide that. And then next month, the budget amendment we did, well, that'll be an April entry. All right, on the reserve balances, the unreserved cash balance for the general fund is at about 1.5 million. That was a decrease from January of about 453,000. That is primarily just timing. We will be receiving some additional revenues in the next couple of months that come in once a year. No change on the surplus at 650,000 per the financial policies. On the flip side of that, we have the water department had a $10,000 decrease from January, but the unreserved balance is been holding constant around 700,000. And then the projected balance is no change, or no, a $10,000 decrease. That's about 187,000. On the sewer department, the unreserved cash balance is still a shortfall of 474,000. That was a 7,000 increase from January. And then on the projected, it's still showing about a 1 million year-to-date shortfall, $7,000 increase from January. And then the electric fund, this is definitely the one that we'll continue to focus on with the rates and what have you. The unreserved cash balance right now is at $123,000. The total cash balance with the reserve is at 1.9 million. With some of the changes that we're working on in the loans and grants, we should be able to start seeing some improvement on this in the next few months. And then that'll take care of the shortage as well, the 2.4 million. Any question on the reserve analysis?
Members of council, questions for Brian?
All right. So the following is a budget update. Any questions on the actuals before we move into the budget update? Overall?
Any questions,
Okay.
members of council?
All right, so I had hoped that when we printed these out, my changes would show up in red font, but we didn't use color. But I didn't have that many changes from the last version, so I'll walk you through those. In this version of the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget, the changes on the general fund revenues, the very first line on the real estate taxes, we lowered that 1 cent to 18. That impacts public service taxes and the real estate taxes, and that equated to about a $34,000 decrease of revenues. The other changes, the next one is in the police department. Let me get there. We eliminated one position, open position, so that impacts the salaries and wages line as well as the retirement plan. Basically, it was a fully loaded reduction, so it impacts all the benefit lines as well to offset that real estate is what we were hoping to do.
And just to comment on that, I mean, I've asked all the department heads to continuously cut their budgets over and over again, and they've been really gracious about it. My department is one of the largest And it was an open position, didn't have a body in it at the time. So it didn't come at a human cost, right? So it was the first place that we could look to try to make up that $34,000 in revenue.
I really appreciate how you are always the first one with my crazy plans to jump in and say, to make it work by cutting from your department. And I hate that it always falls back on you, but I had presented this to Seth. Jordan and I are in the meetings together. I haven't had a chance to talk to the rest of you guys about it, but the real estate tax, the real property tax is set at 19 cents, and we have no choice. We talked about it last year. We've got no choice with the water and sewer. It's what I talked to citizens who came in here today about. So to try to offset that, it was important to me that we try to offset it however we could, and we brought that real property tax. We're proposing for a council vote, the real property tax to be lowered to try to offset that, and that's where that's coming from.
All right, moving through the rest of the document, the next change is on the water fund revenues. And as we mentioned earlier, we added the partner debt collections. We're proposing to add a couple of new accounts for both Cedar Bluff and PSA. And that was worth about $221,000. And so that immediately offsets the actual collections that we have to bill. So that'll get into our future discussions before the hearing. And on the flip side of that page, you should have a similar change for the wastewater. Added the debt collections in there as well. And that's coming in right about $300,000. And then the last change that we had is on the electric fund revenue. After we changed the rate to the all-in rate to the 1739, and that created the $1.1 million shortfall that we were proposing to move from the general fund, and you'll see that showing up as, I have it going to a miscellaneous revenue. We might just put set up a new account for that, but that's on the electric fund revenue page.
And that's the only way that we can balance the budget this year with a shortfall on electrical. And Seth, I appreciate what you said earlier. I mean, it is our obligation to present to you a clear picture of where we're at financially. We're going to operate in a deficit again if we don't do those pullovers. And the way that Ronnie and I envision it would be, we would look at it about the half-year mark around January, and we would pull over. It would be reflective of what the deficit was at that time. We would do that twice, the mid-year mark, and then again at the end of the year, at the end of the fiscal year next year. Hopefully, warm weather is prevalent throughout the winter. I agree. However, we have to plan for it, and we have to balance the budget. That's the only way that we can balance the budget, is to pull out a general fund. Again, it's my duty to tell you that that is a one-year fix. It is not sustainable moving forward.
Thank you, Ron.
And I did not have any other changes to this version of the budget.
Any other information, Ronnie, you want to share with us? Ready?
I can't think of anything at this point. You have a 5-year rate plan example in there, which ties into this version of the budget, not to what we published today or amended today.
Thank you. Any questions for Ronnie before you move on? Members of council?
I do have a comment, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we have delivered to council, again, a balanced budget that's reflective of all the changes that were asked of us by the Budget Committee. And from the comments that we received at our last council meeting, if council's agreeable with the operational budget, we can move forward in May. I think we can pass that by resolution think that's where Mike's plan was. I don't want to speak for Mike with him not being here, but we passed that by resolution. So if
In
there's
May.
In May, yes, sir. So if there's no changes that this council wishes to make to the budget, that would be my recommendation, is that we put that on the agenda as a resolution in our May meeting.
Okay, thank you, Ron. Okay, we'll ask, going forward, maybe we can communicate to Mike and to Amanda to put that on the agenda. Okay? Thank you. Okay, any other comments from staff right now?
I do not have any other comments.
Okay. Next, we have, thank you, Ronnie. Roman numeral 13, attorney report. Mr. Hunter, we're very glad to have you here tonight. Thank you. And we miss Mike, but wish him the very best. I think he got married, didn't he? He tied the knot. Good. Good for him. Thank you. Congratulations to them. All right. So do you have anything you'd like to report tonight, sir?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. All right. So we have town manager report. Ron.
Yes, sir. Good news. We met with Ira Buchanan on the Iron Street property. We have signed all of the legal documents that we're required to sign. We toured the property. Staff actually went out and mowed it with our mower. Looks phenomenal. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to look over there. It's amazing what just a little brush hog can do behind a tractor, but it looks like a different property. They would like to do a ribbon cutting of some sort, if you will, and we'll work with council on that date. We'd like to do that in May. Ours, it's Train's the company that's conveying that property to us. That's Ira's client. And he just wanted to be here in person. That's been a long time coming. I think Ira said he's worked for a few different companies. It's been like a 25-plus year process to convey that property. So just want to say thank you to Ira, to Susan, all the staff who've worked to make that possible. We're already going to see some benefit of that as a lay-down yard for this generator project. So, again, we're already making the preparations for that. We'll talk with the board to see what a good date is, and we'll set that ribbon cutting, that property transfer ceremony over to May. The grapple truck. We've had the grapple truck here in Richlands now for several weeks. We're not fully caught up yet. We do anticipate that that's going to happen in the next week. Hopefully, by May, we can have a schedule that we're going to be able to post for the public for the grapple truck route. But it's working. It's an amazing truck. It's an amazing machine. I rode with Shep just for a little while, a couple days after it arrived. It's amazing what it can do, and it's cutting down our trips to the landfill because it has a bigger capacity, which is also good news. Senator Warner will be here on April the 14th. That's going to be at the police department. We're going to host it there. It's going to be from 1:45. We're going to start at the police department at 1:45. All of council is invited to that. He just wants us to provide a storm response, a flood response update to him. You know, we've asked for a lot of congressionally directed funds be given to the town to prepare for future flooding from Senator Warner's office, and it would be beneficial for our elected body to be there just so he can hear your concerns. And we certainly appreciate Shane Clem came down, spent some time in preparation for that meeting. We think it'll be a good meeting with Senator Warner. I submitted a letter to the Natural Resource Conservation Service. Actually, a gentleman, Greg Mead, who's out of the local office, reached out to Laura. He was trying to reach Susan, had her number. I don't know how he got your number, but I'm glad that he did because we only had a few days to submit that letter. And what that is they can help us with some flood mitigation efforts. It will be relatively free or no cost, low cost to the town. So we went ahead and submitted a letter with our intentions to receive help from that particular organization or agency rather in flood mitigation efforts in the future. Again, just want to remind the public, we've posted boards up now at the Front Street Bridge. That traffic pattern is going to change dramatically. Unfortunately, it wasn't as we had intended it to be originally. I'm sorry to this board that we weren't aware, and it's not going to be no longer a two-way traffic pattern on 2nd Street. It's going to be a burden What I do intend to do is have some law enforcement in that area for the first few days to try to make sure that new traffic pattern is followed safely. Blue lights tend to slow folks down a little bit more than the flash and amber lights. But we're going to continue to push information out to the public about the change in traffic pattern, and we're going to encourage local, our citizens to use Farmer Street. Of course, business traffic would have to go around 460, but we can use the Farmer Street section of road as a local detour. And I believe that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Ron. And for the public, the change is effective, pattern of traffic is April the 14th? April the 4th, which is a Monday. Okay.
No, it's not. Is it a Monday?
It is.
Okay.
So I think we can introduce Senator Warner to that.
Be a good day to have it.
Yeah, I'm just saying. All right, thank you very much for that. Anything else, Ron?
No, that's it, Mayor.
Members of council, do you have any questions for Chief Holt? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're now to council member reports. Laura?
If we're going to encourage citizens to use Farmer Street, can we ask the street department to go out there and fill some of the craters before the 14th? Because it's rough. Got a couple things. I don't know. This literally just came to me like 10 minutes ago. I had put on Facebook that I would be here an hour early today for citizens' comments, questions, and actually had a very good response of people coming in. And one of the things that a citizen asked was about help for the flooding. And, Chief Holt and I told them about the options with the state and FEMA and everything. But I was wondering, I sat through stories of people who can't even afford a refrigerator right now and are waiting on state funds. And obviously we don't have the money to set up a fund like that. But when I was going through when we were doing the budget update and all this stuff and all of the accounts that are still there, we do have one account with like $27,000 in it that Jason May was supposed to check on. Some of that money was kind of granted, but then we spent some of the grant and some of it was town funds. So I'm wondering if you guys can check on this particular account, and if we can use that money, maybe $27,000 is not a lot, but if we could have some sort of program for the Richlands citizens to help with the flooding or something like that, that however this looks, I don't know the details, but it's the pop-up Richlands account. It's obviously not coming back, and there's $27,000 sitting in it.
Hey, Laura, I did work with Jason on that, and we went back and looked, and we were the largest contributor to that account.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, we had proposed maybe prorating it and refunding it back to the folks, but it was getting down to a couple $1,000s here and there. So I think we're probably okay to move forward with using some of those funds.
Well, if we can do that, I would like to propose to you guys, because it's been sitting there for over a year. I want to say 2 or 3. We're not missing it. Whatever the details look like, to have some sort of maybe locally funded grant program for this last flood, that maybe there's a application. I know I'll have to talk with attorney about it when Mike comes back, but something maybe that we could do to use that money to help the flood victims rebuild or have some semblance of normalcy. Let's see. I also wanted to make a note. Some of the town employees are getting questions about from citizens about the raises that I talked about in the last meeting. Town employees are not responsible for the raises given. That was the former town manager. So I would ask the public, if you have any questions about that, to speak with a council member. I would love to speak with you about it, or direct that to the town manager, but not the actual town employees. And also reviewing the employee handbook. We don't really have, I think some of our policies should be tightened up a little bit, including the nepotism policy. So I'm wondering if you can go through that and make that a little bit more clear and solid.
What was the last policy you mentioned?
The nepotism policy and the
Nepotism.
yes, sir.
Okay.
And also a little bit of good news, and this will be the last thing I've got. The gentleman that does the carnival each year, he's been asking if he could come back, and I finally just had to get really real with him today and just tell him we just cannot afford it this year. But I did propose a plan that did not think would fly, but did. I've actually asked him if he would just come and set up and not charge the town this year, because he did very well, and he was actually agreeable to that. So we might have a carnival this year. He's gonna get some dates over to me within the next day or two, and I'll send those over to Chief Holt, and we can decide on a date. But it will be at absolutely, I mean, you'll pay for the tickets when you go, but there won't be a setup fee for the town. So, and that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Jan?
Along the same vein that Laura was talking about, the flood victims, I've had a couple people ask me, how are they going to be able to get direct funds, or is it going to be through grants, those that were impacted by the flood?
Well, we recently received the major disaster declaration by the federal government, which was an important first step. I don't think they have yet decided whether or not there's going to be an individual assistance side of that. I think that's still on the table. They've not made that determination, so we're waiting to. I had that discussion earlier. There was a lady that came in and talked with Laura while we were waiting for the meeting to start. She had similar questions. As far as from a federal government perspective, it's still kind of a question mark beside that right now. What we're committed to do as soon as that we hear that, if there's a process or an application, we'll push that out to the public as soon as we're made aware of it.
And I just also want to point out, not to interrupt you, that the state government just approved, it still has to be signed by the governor, but I don't foresee a problem with that. But Delegate Will Moorfield was instrumental in making it happen. He's got a big heart for the people of our district, and they've approved $50 million to help with the hurricane. And he amended it to have it include the flood victims, but that won't take effect until July 1. So,
One other thing, are we going to get some help from FEMA to clean up that, our yard over there that
Yeah.
it looks awful?
Maybe not necessarily FEMA, ma'am, but I did put that in as a request to DHCD. It's part of that $5 million HUD fund that became available. It was part of the $700,000 relief package that we asked for from that money that we were eligible to request. So that's going to be coming up we'll have one more public hearing. We've got to schedule that. That was actually supposed to be one today. They had to cancel, so we have to reschedule that public hearing. But I did ask, I think it was $175,000 in total is what I asked for debris removal and cleanup. So we're hoping we get some good news from them.
I hope so, because it keeps getting worse.
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Are you talking about the big pile of over on the town property there? Gotcha.
People over in Brooklyn are getting a little bit concerned with it being piled up along that river edge, that it's going to push the water over into Brooklyn more.
If we, in the absence of those funds, we're obviously committed to making sure that we start making progress to get that out of here. A little at a time.
Can you not do a control burn on some of that? I know.
It's a big pile. I definitely need to talk with the fire chief. He'd probably want to be consulted
Big
before that.
fireworks all over Richlands.
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
Can I speak on that just a minute? If you're coming back from Tazewell to Richlands, they grinded the big pile on the right-hand side that VDOT had, like in 3 days.
They did
And
what now?
that,
Ground
they
it.
grinded it up into mulch. So that may be something we probably need to look at. It'd be the easiest, more beneficial way to get rid of that.
Right, and that's the thought. If we can contract that out, obviously, we have a small staff on our public works, street department side of the house. Small staff. We're getting ready to get into the mowing season, and they're very busy. It's paving season. if we can get those funds from that DHCD pot of money, that's optimal for us. In the absence of that, if we're not awarded that fund, we definitely have to develop a plan moving forward how we're going to address that debris pile. So I think that's probably one of the more logical, routes is to chip it on site.
Thank you, Rick.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Jan. Jordan?
Sure, just a few things tonight. Wanted to give a shout out to Little League for an amazing opening day. It was awesome as usual. I also wanted to highlight that the rec park will be putting on Tiny Tots at the end of this month. If you haven't got signed up, go sign up your kid. It'll be great. It's for those kids who aren't old enough to play sports yet.
Thank you, Jordan. Okay, next we have Rick. Rick?
The only thing I want to talk about is the bridge. This is going to become a pretty dangerous situation. And rescue squads, fire trucks, even the police officers getting from one end of town to the other. And I apologize, because I did vote to let them take the whole bridge out, because they said they could do it in like 18 months. But,
10 months. Yeah, it was faster. It was less than a year. We shut down the whole thing.
well, they said it was like 3 years if we did.
Yep.
But I also thought we was getting a route around to service the other end of our town. But I do apologize for that. And
Rick, no
that's-
apologies are necessary. They changed it.
Well, they changed it, but I would have never voted to let them take the whole bridge out if I'd known.
I don't think any of us would have.
Anybody sitting here don't believe.
No.
We was lied to from VDOT about that.
Can I maybe
Please.
get some clarity? There wasn't a lie on VDOT's part. I'm gonna be very careful what I say, okay? VDOT communicated that very clearly to staff at the time, staff members who were here at the time, that plan was no longer sustainable because their traffic engineers looked at that two-way traffic and said it was unsafe. That was communicated to staff that was here at the time, and that contract was signed off on by a staff member. So VDOT, to their credit, sir, they did communicate to that to the staff member early on, and that person signed off on the contract. Public safety, unfortunately, wasn't addressed. We never had that conversation with the particular staff member, and I can assure you that Jason Shepard was not consulted either. So it's where we're at. We went back to VDOT once we found out that wasn't going to be the case, that two-way traffic was no longer going to be possible. And we asked, I did all but beg, and they said, unfortunately, at this time, the contract was signed. We're hundreds of thousands of dollars into the project. We have people on the ground already. We just can't go back on it. So I understand that, please understand that VDOT is in a position to, they were, as far as communication was concerned, it was under their understanding that we were okay with it.
But Ron, I'm not talking about this part now. I'm talking about 6 years ago when me and Rod sat on council here and Jan was the mayor. We voted. We did. At that point, when the VDOT people come here and told us that we would vote to let them take the whole bridge out, it would be a lot quicker and they'd give us a route around. That's the part I'm upset about. Something I done 6 years ago that's affecting us like this right now.
But basically, they did the same thing this time.
Yeah.
On the time frame.
They did.
Is there nothing else that we can do, Chief? Can we not just establish our own route? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's our town. Should we not be able to have some discretion?
Listen, we rely heavily on VDOT engineers to determine the feasibility for these detours in terms of safety. I would not want to deviate from that because I think at that point, if there's a collision that happens, an injury, a fatality, I mean, we would assume some liability, I think, if we deviated from that traffic safety plan. The best case scenario, Councilman, is that I think we allow local traffic. And again, I don't want to put anything out there that's contrary to what VDOT's putting out there. I would ask local traffic to maybe use the Farmer Street, which I think is going to be the quickest way around, and for all other traffic and business traffic to use the VDOT detour. I think that's the best case scenario, unfortunately, sir.
Well, and maybe that we reevaluate this and bring them in here. You know what I'm saying? If this becomes a problem, we can see, we're going to know that pretty quickly. 2, 3 weeks, month down the road, I think it's something we may have to lobby someone or get some people involved to change that. If we see it's a problem, maybe everything goes smooth, maybe it's not that bad, but definitely I think we need to keep an open mind about that.
Rick?
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Gary is not here tonight. Seth?
Mayor, I don't have anything additional tonight.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any other comments from council before I get into my comments? Okay. First, Jana had questions too about the big brush pile. It's more like a big tree pile over there. And so the concern that I got was about burning. They were afraid of that. So I'm not a burn person, I don't know. But I did get a concern, several, about that. And then the other thing, I have had numerous questions about flooding and what we're going to do. And Laura, it wasn't so much about personal items like refrigerators and things. It was just more like, what are we doing? And my best explanation is honestly the best we can. That is not satisfactory when you're hurting, but I don't know how much more we could do right now. So that's been my straight up answer. Okay? And I have had questions about the routing of the traffic. Some people can't follow the map. It's hard, not easy. And I don't know how to explain that except let's go for a ride. Okay? The next thing is, it's not what we're used to. And we have to get used to it, I guess, for a while to get a bridge. The next thing is on the bridge, Ron, there's a plaque on the end that says 1948. And I would like for that to be donated to the town and kept at the section house because it's historic. That was when the bridge was built. Thank you. The original bridge parts, we have pictures of it. Those are still here in town that were taken by citizens, which is fine. But I really think it should be town cool stuff. A little history. Okay. The next thing, that's just a personal request. I wanted to comment about the Easter egg hunt. I don't know a lot about it. You said it was okay. Those things are not easy to do. We talked about that. But the very fact that we're trying is what's important. And I say that philosophically. If we don't try, you don't know. And everything we do will be successful. But you hope that what we do most of the time benefits our citizens in some way or another, whether it's a major deal or an Easter egg hunt. Easter eggs will go on, Easter will go on forever. Not everything else, okay, in the Christian world. I want to tell you what I think about it. It's a good effort, okay? Mm-hmm. The next thing is I have had compliments on the flowers in town. I won't get into that, but we do have beautiful flowers, okay? The next thing, maybe you haven't seen them. Have you seen them? Yes. Thank you, ma'am. All right, it's important. Those are important. It's little things, but they do make a difference. The next thing is the garden club, and thank you, Ron, for getting all those baskets up to Kim's greenhouse. They contacted me. I want to say personally thank you for trying to get a way to get the baskets up there so Kim Campbell could do that. And I was up there recently, and they're going to be beautiful. And the concern was, and I'm going to tell you, about watering them. They're going to be different this year, Seth. You'll be glad to know this. The garden club has chosen to have different kinds of begonias in there and petunias, which is sort of what you were suggesting. And I think they might have listened. I don't know. But they are doing it differently. I don't know. Just a minute, please. Let me finish.
No, I know. I just want to make sure. I didn't have any suggestions. I just got a call from the guy.
Was it Stuart Etter?
Yes, and then I passed him on to town.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll go back to that in a minute. I'm going to finish this, okay? So they have done something different, but what it's going to take, and I talked to Kim about it, is super regular watering, which we do sometimes and sometimes we don't. I just want to pass that on. The other thing, I had a call from Stuart Etter, and unknown to me, he had been working with previous employees, which is totally fine, about using the money that we were going to get from the tower, the cell tower, to fund a whole lot of baskets. Well, that fell through. I didn't know any of this till he told me.
None of us did that.
I didn't know that, so I'm just saying, it's okay. But the garden club really they struggle. They make their money selling Christmas ornaments, and I've always supported them because they do so much good for this community. You can't ever underestimate these civic groups, because without them, where would we be? So that's my feeling, and so it's going to take regular watering. The steward, he's off the table. I explained to him that wasn't going to happen, and it's a done deal, over. That being said, and I know who he is. He has a greenhouse in Tazewell, but it's over. That's not going to happen right now. I wanted to share these things with you, and it seems like there's other things I do want to share with you. We have already established a relationship with Mount Vernon. It started with Monticello, Colonial Williamsburg, and now Mount Vernon. And Mount Vernon does not have an outreach program like Monticello does, nor Colonial Williamsburg. But with local citizens' help, we have established a working relationship with Mount Vernon. They never have been out of their confines of Mount Vernon, George Washington's home, but they're coming to Richlands, Virginia on September the 29th, and we'll host them at the section house, one of their major curators. The other thing that we're working on, to tell you town things, Matthew Monk, who's the son of Bobby Monk, you might remember Bobby. Matthew is an RHS graduate. He went on to get his PhD in being a curator for a museum and textiles. He worked for the Smithsonian, and his present employment is with the DuPont Mansion in Delaware. And I say it wrong, so I'm sorry. Winterthur. I can't say that very well, but it's a French name. And if you know the DuPonts, all you think is DuPont Chemicals, but they contributed a ton to America, not to mention they made a lot of money. That being said, he is very much wanting to come here and do a talk, which we're going to host him, and everybody's invited to these things. I don't know what it'll cost. I do not have an idea, but I'm sharing this with council now. He will be coming sometime, probably in June. We haven't nailed down a date, and he'll be telling us about that, or his other specialty, where he wrote his PhD thesis, is on the Goodwin Mills in Cedar Bluff. And we have a lot of family here who still live here in this region, including Amy Grace Bandy and her boyfriend who works for the town. She's a good one. And we have lots of people who would like to be that. So that's really local history. And he told me more I never knew about. But I just wanted to share those positive things. And while they seem little, everything matters. Everything matters. So I wanted to share those things with you. So he will be coming here. We're going to establish a date, hopefully this weekend, and I'll announce that to council. And if the weather's pretty, we could even have it outside on the patio. I don't know. I can't say because I just don't know. But I wanted to share those details with council and cool things that are happening here in Richlands. And the flood response, I get tons of questions about it, and I just tell them the truth. We have done a lot. I can't say it's enough. There's never enough, but you do what you can. So before we go to the next one, I just want to say we're coming up on Easter. Everybody have a happy Easter. The last thing I want to mention is we had talked about, Ron, when you became the interim, everybody communicating through me to cut down on the calls. I think we've passed that period, so I think everybody should feel free to call directly to Ron. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify, I had nothing to do with the baskets or anything, and until you explained that at the last meeting, that's why I asked you the question, and I
didn't
turned
want you to get in hot water.
Well, no, it seems like you're throwing me under the bus with the garden club, and that's why I'm trying to clarify that I had nothing to do with it. I said it feels like you're throwing me under the bus, the garden club, but it wasn't me.
Oh, no.
All this gentleman called me.
Please, stop. You're misunderstanding. I'm not throwing you under the bus. I'm merely saying that I think if they heard that, and I don't know that they never mentioned your name, but I took it to heart, and I thought that's a good suggestion, not throwing you under the bus.
I understand that. I just want to make sure they knew that that gentleman called us, I turned him over to the town employees, and then that got off to the races. And then, not in their defense, but I don't think they knew. I don't think they knew some of them might have known the situation of the relationship.
They did.
I did not know.
I didn't either. I learned from Mr. Etter.
Gotcha. We definitely didn't know they were using tower money for
That was what I was told.
Oh, I don't
Not by a
doubt
town
that.
employee, by Mr.
Yeah.
Etter. I never heard that from our town employees.
I am so lost right now. What happened?
We'll
We
tell you
talked about
later,
it, yeah.
not to take up undue time, but how about after council? Okay, unless it's council business, you want to explain it? Let's go. All right, so I think we're at this, yes, sir.
I do appreciate, I have had hardly any council concerns over the last several weeks. I appreciate all of you for the patience and the grace and giving me the opportunity to get my feet underneath me in this interim role. So I haven't really had any concerns as of late, outside of just working with council on the budget committee side of the house. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ron. Okay, I'm finished with my comments, and we now are in Roman numeral 17, executive closed session, so we'll just go for it. Do you want to take a break before we go in there? I need one. 10 minutes. Hold on, please. Let me go to the men's room. Ready, guys? Council's back in session. Okay, is there a motion to go into executive closed session for Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8, First Bank and Trust, consultation with legal counsel? B, Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3, Spearhead Trails property acquisition. C, Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3, Maple Lane property acquisition. D, Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1, personnel, salaries, and town manager. E, Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiations for community block development grant and the paving bids. That's got it.
I'll second it.
Laura makes the motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing no discussion, Susan, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Seth,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan, and Laura.
We are in executive session. Thank you. till Ron gets back in here. Okay. Is there a motion to come back into open session?
So moved.
Laura makes the motion. Jan makes a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call vote. Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Now, is there certify that nothing was discussed in executive session other than the following code sections? Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A, I need my water, sorry. A8, First Bank and Trust, consultation with legal counsel. B, Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3, Spearhead Trails, property acquisition. C, Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3, Maple Lane, property acquisition. D, Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1, personnel, salaries, and town manager. E, Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiations with Community Block Development Grant and paving bids. Is there a motion to certify that nothing was discussed other than these code sections?
So moved.
Laura makes the motion.
Second.
Jan makes the motion. By saying a positive yes, you are saying nothing was discussed other than these code sections. Roll call vote. Seth?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Is there any action council wishes to take at this time?
Yes, sir. Gosh. Lori, go first. I'm getting this ready.
I'd like to make a motion that we award W&L the paving contract pending legal review.
Okay, there's a motion made by Laura, and is there a second?
I'll second.
Jan makes a second. Any discussion on this motion, members of council? Hearing no discussion, we have roll call vote. Seth?
Yes.
Yes. Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura? The motion carries. It is unanimous. Is there any further action council wishes to take?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I make a motion that we, I guess it's enter into, do we put this out for proposal, or I don't want to say this motion wrong with the loan, the new loan proposal. Oh, public hearing, apologize. Mr. Mayor, I put this in form of motion that we go, that we request a public hearing on the additional $4 million note for interim financing for our projects.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Rick has the second. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing no discussion, roll call vote. Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Motion carries. It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Is there any other action council wishes to take tonight?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. One final action. I'd like to put in the form of a motion that we move forward with offering the job of town manager to Chief Holt and enter into contract negotiations with him, subject to legal review.
Okay, thank you. The motion is on the floor. Does it have a second?
Second.
Laura makes a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? Okay, hearing no discussion, may we have roll call vote. Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
No.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
It carries 4-1. Let the record reflect, please. Thank you, council. So Ron will follow up on that, okay? Now, is there any other action council wishes to take tonight? Any other last-minute thoughts? Weather? Thank you. Happy Easter, everyone. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion.
All right, Rick makes the motion, Laura makes the second.
Second.
Any discussion on this motion? No. All in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.